Hello and welcome back to Weems Auto. This is our second part of the engine rebuild video. And we're going to start, in this video, we're going to start buttoning this thing up. I'm going to first get I found out that this is a engine balancer. Works similar to a harmonic balancer on older engines. We're going to get this thing installed. We're going to get the oil pump installed right here. And then we'll put our timing chain, our head on, and our timing chain, oil pan, the seals front and back. So let's go ahead and get into this. First thing I need to do is get these bolts sent all the way down. These are quite long. Actually, hang tight. I got a better tool for this. And the bolts for these are a 14 millimeter. Here we go. Don't have my power ratchet, so these are old style. It's a great way to send these bolts down much faster than a ratchet. Or to loosen them all the way out. Okay, so those are all the way down. So, grab here my torque wrench. This is a two-step process. Go ahead and start with this one here. I've got my torque wrench set to 19 foot-pounds. It says you're supposed to do 18, but I can't get it to click in at 18 exactly, so I'm gonna do 19. And then we're going to follow up with 31. Okay. There's 18. 18. Okay. So now let's set this to 31, so 0 at 25, and then we're going to add 3 and 6. Lock it in. Okay. Oh. Bend it here. Oh, dang it. Put my foot here. Okay. Last one. 31. Okay, that's secured down. So next, take this bolt out. Let's see, how did this guy go in here? Like this. Yeah, because that gear, I don't know if you can see it, this gear right here is going to line up with this gear here. Let me turn you around here. I know it's kind of dark here. I don't have very good lighting here in the garage. Let me try this. See if that's a better view. For you. Get up just a hair. There we go. Yeah. So we got 4 bolts. Let's see. What size are these? I'm going to say it's going to be a 10. See if I'm right. Yes. Last one. There we go. Okay, that's in. So, let's see if it shows the torque spec for that. So, 7 foot-pounds. 7.4 foot-pounds. So, we're going to have to get a little torque wrench out. Extension, and we need the 10. So let's see. Here's my little torque wrench. See if I can read this thing here. So this is in inch-pounds. So let's see here. So we need 88.8 inch-pounds. Okay. Remember how this thing works. Okay, hang tight. Let me figure out how to get this thing to set to 88, and we'll get this one torqued down. Okay, back. See if you can see this. I've got it set there to almost 89 inch-pounds. Okay, that one's set. That one's set. Okay, that's all set up. So next, we're gonna need to find the, I'm gonna put on next. I guess would be the oil pan. We'll put find the oil pan gasket, and, or actually we gotta put on our rear seal next. So let me find that, and oh, in the meantime, so I don't lose this, put our little, loosely put our little gear on. Okay, yeah, there we go. And I got a special tool here because when I was disassembling the engine, I cut the chain off, and I didn't realize I needed to get to these bolts, so I got a little special tool to hold this while I can tighten that up. So let me find our rear main seal, and we'll get that installed. So I have to support the front of the engine with my jack and some tire blocks, because in order to get the rear main seal cover in, I had to loosen and remove one of the engine holders. So I've got that in, and it's got a plastic piece that helps guide it on. I'm going to slide it over. Line it up to our holes. Okay. And then tie old one here. Yeah. Kind of have to lift this thing up a little bit. Get these screws to line up right. Okay, there's two of them in, and I'm gonna be willing to bet that those are 8 millimeters. And get me a little ratcheting wrench here for these. Yes, sir. Yeah, 8. See, and it kind of just pops in on its own. Go away. Okay, and now we got 3 more, 4 more. If I can fit my hand in here. That I will have to use a wrench to get to. This one I can reach. And there's 2. One here. See if I can fit my hand up in here. There we go. Yeah, let me get a little wrench, a little ratchet wrench with an 8mm short socket. Okay. Sometimes some of these things are just difficult to reach because you get your engine stand plate here in the way. But there we go, we're getting it. Okay. Ooh, this one's gonna be tough. How am I gonna do this? Can this fit in here? Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a, well, I don't really have a socket small enough, so I'm just gonna have to do this one. I think that's tight enough by feel. And will this reach? Yeah, that one will reach. But I need to get that much more in. Okay. There we go. Okay. Well. This is not easy. There we go. Slowly sucking it in. Okay, so let's see if I can get these do the same exact from a torque spec as our oil pump bolts. So there we go. That's set. Okay, that one's set. Okay, and that one's set. Now I gotta reach up underneath here and get to this bottom one. Okay, that one's set. And there is just absolutely no way to get to that one, so let me just have to feel it. See how these feel. Oh yeah. Until it's yeah, I think that's good there. So let's see our gap. Maybe a hair more. Oh. There we go. Okay, that's good. That's set. All right. The rear main sealed in, and so now that pops out, and the seal is in. Goes in the trash. So the next thing would be to put our cover on, oil pan. So give me a minute, let me go grab that. All right, back to work on this Mazda engine. And I decided instead of putting the oil pan on, I'm going to go ahead and install the head for this. But first, I want to get this strainer attached. I believe, let me double check, but these are going to be 8mm bolts. Over drawer. Let's see here. Eight. A little extension. Gotcha. Let's see if I'm correct. Yes. 8mm. And when I'm reinstalling this, I didn't show you, but there's a rubber O-ring that goes on this, and the old one was still attached to the oil pump, and it was hard as a rock. Okay. All right, that's attached. Okay, so now let's flip this engine over. Uh-oh. Running into the oil pan. Let me set that down below. Keep on rotating. There we go. All right. And we've got our deck very nicely cleaned up. Let's see here. I'm gonna have to move this oil pan, or I'm gonna kick it. Yeah, it looks like this only goes one way. Got our locator pins. All right, let me grab the head here. And that's the front of the engine. Yeah, this is the front of the engine. This top. Okay, that's on that point. There we go. Okay. Now, got our head bolts. Few of these here. So feeding these in. remember what size this star bit was. See if this one is the one that I got for it. Yes. It's a T55. There you go. And then I'm going to need this and this. And we're going to need our torque wrench. Okay. First, I'm just going to get these sent down all the way. You know what? First off, I want to look into something. Make sure that these don't require any kind of Loctite or anything. Also, I want to check the torque specs on it. So give me a minute. Let me look into this information. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And yeah, everything I read just says put them in dry. So let me go ahead and get some of these sent all the way down. Okay, that one's down. Okay, why is this sucker not going in? Okay, there he goes. Okay, next. Next one, couple more to go. Okay, two more. Okay, so those are all in. Now, let's get the torque wrench out. Okay, our first step is going to be 97 foot-pounds. So let me look here in the light here. Get this set to 97. That's 100, and so we're going to back off 3. And lock it down. So, in the diagram, so this, we're going to go in the center, 2, 3. This is our number 1 that we're going to torque down. Make sure you guys can see this good. Hold on a minute. Let me get you a little bit higher up here. Yeah, there you go. All right. Yeah, so this is the first one we're going to torque down to 97 foot-pounds. Okay. This feels really weird. That hasn't hit 97 yet. Okay, let me double check something here. Huh. No. This is not right. This is 3 to 11 Newton meters. What? Okay, hold on a minute. Let me get this bolt back out. This is very strange. Go this way. Okay. So, let's look at this other 3 to 11 Newton meters. 3 to 11, so let's say 8 Newton meters. Let's look on the other side of our thing here. Now this thing doesn't even go down that far. Okay, give me a minute. Let me figure something out here. All right, I'm back. So I've got my other torque meter set up here. There we go. And I've got it set to 7.2 foot-pounds, which is going to be under 90 inch-pounds is what it was saying. If I could see this thing going on here, let me rotate it around. I want to be able to read it. Okay, so this thing, let me set it to 7.2. Yeah, that's past that. So the next thing, I'll just have to read this thing as I do it. So the next one we want to do is opposite of it. That's 7 foot-pounds. And then the next one we're going to do is these two. Let me rotate this around so I can watch it. $7.2. Yeah, 7.2, okay. And then the next we're gonna do is, yep, the two here. Okay, so I can watch it. Yep, just a hair over 7. Got some thunder going on here. Come on now. Why is it not getting in there? Oh, there we go. Just a hair over 7, okay. And then the next ones, yeah, 9 and 6, and then 7. Turn this thing. You can see it. There we go. The hair over 7. All right, I'm back. My battery ran out. Okay, so Turn this just a hair over 7. There we go. Okay, so our next torque is going to be, says here, between 116 and 150 foot-pounds. So between, what was that again? Between 116 and 150. So 116 plus 150 divided by 2 is about 133 foot-pounds, or inch-pounds, excuse me. So we want to convert foot-pounds, 133. So that's going to be about 11. So we're going to do the same sequence. If I can get it to sit in here. What's going on? There we go. We're going to go to about 11. Okay. I need to adjust this. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay. Whoa. I have to turn this here. And go to about 11. Okay. So the next 1 and 2. And then we're going to go opposite. 3. 11. 11. Then we're going to go opposite here. 11. Starting to heavy rain now. $11. Okay. And then I imagine we're going to go opposite here. 11. I can get this thing to drop in. There we go. 11. Then the opposite here. 11. Eight, 9, 10, 11. Okay. And then going to be between 32. So let's see here. It's 32 to 34, so we'll go to 34, 33. Oh. These buttons are so tiny. $33. Okay, starting with this one. Rotate this around. Okay. $33. $33. And the opposite. $33. $33. There we go. Okay. And then let me double check. Yeah. Same side as one. I'm going to rotate this around so I can see it. $33. $33. Okay. Then we're going to start here. Okay. $33. $33. Okay. And then this one. And these things are sure pain in the butt to try and get seated into these bolts. There we go. Have to move you out a hair. $33. Stand on the other side here. $33. Okay. So that's it for that procedure. And next, we're going to go about 90 degrees. $90. Okay. $90. There we go. 90 degrees. 90 degrees on that one. $90. Okay. Not sure if you can see this. I may have it angled wrong. Yeah, there we go. Okay, 90 degrees. Here we go. 90 degrees on that one. And then the last two. Okay. Oh. I'm hitting you. Okay. I'll do it this way so I don't bang the camera. And then go 90 degrees. Okay. And then it says, final step, step 5, another 90 degrees. Okay, so that one. Hold it here like this. Oh, no. Hold it like that. There we go. Another 90 degrees. Okay. $90 degrees. Then we're going to move jump across. He's on that one. And 90 degrees. Sockets are starting to get stuck. And then we'll jump over here. Degrees on the one. Okay, 2 more. $90 degrees. Last one. 90 degrees. There we go. All right. Our head is bolted in. That's a very annoying procedure. Having to go through 5 different steps. So, battery's starting to die. So I'm gonna have to charge back up. When we get back to it, we're gonna put our camshafts and get those bolted in. Hey, it's another day working on the Mazda engine. We got, the other day we got our head bolted down. So now I'm going to start installing the camshafts. And actually have the camshaft covers soaking right now, getting cleaned up. I've already marked them all. But the first thing I want to do is go ahead and I want to put a little bit of lubrication on this engine. So just gonna apply a little bit of dot of this stuff on the top of our valve. Like I said, just give it a little bit of lube. And then next, we have our bucket. Okay. Well, oh, there we go. Just gotta kind of wiggle them in there. There, yeah, there we go. And so there's a little bit of, as you can see, it's hard to see, but the center of that is where it touches the top of the valve. There you go, right there. So I put a little bit of lubrication on the top of the valve, so that way on the first startup, that mating surface has a little bit of lubrication before the oil pressure builds up and gets up in there. As well as we'll lubricate the top of these as well. And then also we're gonna lubricate our cam journals. There we go. This guy. There we go. Now he's in. There. So that is done. Said. Just gonna put a little bit of a smear of this assembly lube on the top of our bucket, just to provide something as our oil pressure builds. Give it a little bit of lubrication. As it interacts with our cam. Same as here on our cam journals. There we go. All right, now Here's our camshaft. Had it all wrapped up so it didn't get any moisture. This is our intake cam. Okay. See how we can get this rotated. Yeah, there we go. Now he's dropped in. Okay. So, still soaking those caps. So give me a few minutes, we'll be back and we'll get our caps on the intake side and we'll get it all torqued down. So I've got my cam caps all cleaned up. So now, just like the bottom side, a little too much. Never enough. Gonna put some assembly lube in here. Okay. And I've got these marked. I don't know if it's hard to see. Yeah, you can see there's the I for the intake, and then there's a number 1 for this one, and that's going to be facing towards the front of the engine. That is just not quite seating, but it may need to be pushed down with these bolts. The next, find number 2. There's number 2. A little bit of assembly lube. Smear it in there. Okay, and so the 2 is facing this way. And then here's our number 3. Face the 3 that way. Here's our number 4. And the 4 is facing that way. The last one, yeah, this is the number 5. The 5 was kind of hard to, I used a punch, and it's kind of hard to shape that 5 in there, so it looks funny, but, yeah, that one goes there. Okay. Next, let me grab some of these bolts. There. Still dirty. Clean them up just a hair. These also went to soak in the parts cleaner. dry them off a bit. Get some of this old oil residue off of these bolts. That way we're starting this engine is trying to keep it as clean as possible as we start it up. Alright, got them all cleaned up. Let's get these dropped in. And I imagine with these bolts, seeing we're going to have to put pressure on this camshaft, they're going to have a similar type of torque down procedure where it's going to be multiple steps. Okay, those are in, so we need to find out what size is that hex. Because I don't remember. Let's see here, that's too big. Too big. Too small. Wait. No, these are not a hex. Oh, thank goodness. I don't know what I was thinking. What I was thinking. Okay, so. That there area 10. Let's see if I'm right. Yes, sir. 10. Okay. I'm gonna use this tool to just get them hand tightened. And we want to try and keep this as level as possible. Now let me just do it by hand at first. Yeah, I'm just not going to do this tool. It's going to do it by hand. trying to keep these. Yeah, this one I have to do because these are a little bit tighter. There's more pressure on them. Okay, so we knew we were working with a 10. Let's look up our torque specs for these. So 45 to 79 inch-pounds. 45 to 79 inch-pounds. So 45 plus 79 divided by 2 is 62 inch-pounds. So the good thing is these are smaller, so we can use 7, 8, our actual inch-pound torque wrench, and with a 10 millimeter. So 62 inch-pounds. Look here in the light. Okay, so right now we're at 65. So we want to back down 3. 1, 2, 3. And locking her in. So for tightening, we want to go this one first, this one second, this one third, yeah, this is a different valve. So yeah, so we're going to work our way from the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So get this down. This side down. Okay. Yep, that's already done. So then we're going to work to this. That one's down. Okay, that one's set. So now we're going to go here. We're bringing this side down now. Yeah. Yeah, that's tight. Okay, and then we're going to move to this one here. Sides all the way down. Okay. There we go. And then the final one is our front one. That side's all the way down. Bring this side all the way down. Okay. All right. So the next step. Oh. Is we're going to go to 11 foot-pounds. So let's do a conversion here. Foot pounds to inch pounds. So we want to switch this from foot to inch. 11 is going to be 132 inch pounds. 132. So sometimes, man, this little torque wrench is really hard to loosen up. Pliers here. They're cracked open. Okay. 132. So that's 125, so we need to go 7. And these are in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, so they're 2. So we're going to go, that's 127, 129, 131 and a half. There we go. And we'll log it down. Alright, so we're going to do the same procedure here. There we go. Okay, there's our intake side. And I believe in the timing kit there is a new gear, so I will remove this gear once we get ready for that. But the next is I need to start getting the, I've already, as you can see, I've already got my buckets lined in for the exhaust side, but I need to get these caps cleaned up and marked for the exhaust side. So that's going to be the next thing. Give me a little while to get that accomplished, and we'll get installing our intake, our exhaust camshaft. We now got our exhaust side caps all cleaned up and marked. Oh, shoot. First, what I'm doing here, we need to get our camshaft out. Our exhaust side camshaft. These lobes a little bit of a wipe down with this paper. Okay. Drop that in. There we go. He dropped in. Okay, so now get our caps. This is our exhaust side number 1. Set him in place. This is our exhaust side number 2. Exhaust side 3. Four. Five. Okay. Grab all of these bolts. These hands running a little bit. Okay. Okay. Alright, so we need to look up our torque spec again. It is, there you go here, 45 to 79, 45 plus 79, divided by 2, 62, 62. So lower this back down. 65, 63, 62. Knock it down, okay. Now we're going to start with the same pattern as before, starting with this one here. $62. There's 62. Then we're going to go to the next one. Make sure this is sunk equally. And we get this one. 62. Okay. $62, $62. Kind of want to go diagonal on the first one that you torque down. So that's getting tight. And then we'll go to this one. Tighten it all the way down. 62. There. That's all the way down. 62. And 62. Okay, and then our next was 132. Let me double check it. Yeah, 132. Damn it, this lock. That's 125. 127, 129, 131, 132. All right, start back here again. There we go. 132. We're going to go diagonal. 132. Okay. Then we're going to go over to this. Started down there, so we're going to start back up at the top. There we go, the bottom. Back to the top. All right, there we go. Our camshafts are all torqued down. So the next step will be to install our timing chain setup. So hang tight, let me look up the procedure on that to make sure that I got it right. And I do have, this is it here. don't think I've even opened it yet. Need a little knife. Let me tell you. Let's see here. Yeah, this is it here. So this plate here, I know, we can go ahead and get that started. We've got to rotate our camshafts around, so let me find, I bet you that's going to be a 14. 14. Let's see. I'm right. Too big. Too big. So maybe 13. Yep. Ooh. These valves tight. 13. Okay. Let me back you up just a hair. Maybe even set you off to the side here so you can see. We're going to rotate this around. Oh, that's not too bad. And you want to set it like right about there. Oh, that one popped. Is this one going to go with hair? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now I'm going to take this little bar here and sugar. Okay, so yeah, they do need to go a hair more. They're sitting on the and let me go around. Ah. Hold on a minute. I'm going to take this extension off, making it wobble too much. There you go. There we go. That side is in. Missed it. Wonder if I can. Oh no, this side needs to go more this way. Just a hair. shoot. Get in my face. Huh. And then come back around again. There we go. Okay, that one's in. This one, we need to go with it up a little bit. Just slip it in on this side. There we go. All right. Bar holding our cam is in. So our camshafts are locked down. I need to open up the timing chain setup. Let's go ahead and do that and just see what we got. Move you over here. Trash. I believe this is it right here. Hang tight. Let me get a blade to cut this open. Okay. Get all this plastic off the box. Put this up here, yes. We have new timing gears. So, let's see. That was the 14. Where did I put it at? Go ahead and take those off. Oh, wrong way. Oh, that's tight. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Hang tight a minute here. Let me get something. I want to get this thing centered up a little bit. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Block is rotating a little bit. Oh, something just broke. Oh no. Sugar. Dang it. That just broke our exhaust can. Holy cow. Well, damn it. Might have to get another exhaust valve, exhaust can for this thing. So that's gonna end it for today until I get another exhaust cam. And we'll see you when I get that part in. It's another day, and I've got the new camshaft in, as you can see right here on the exhaust side, the one that I broke. These parts are no longer available from Mazda. However, this engine is also the same as the Ford Duratec 2.3, other than the cam gearing stuff. So if you do want to replace your camshafts, this is the part number for the exhaust side. Cost a little bit over 50 bucks in order to get it delivered to the local Ford dealer. Mazda doesn't offer them anymore for some reason, but same as the Ford. I imagine that the intake side is going to be a little bit different. So I've got it in. What I need to do now is torque down this gear. I'm going to use the same gears because this one on the intake side is simply not coming off. Somebody torqued it down or used Loctite on it, and I can't get it off, and I'm just rounding off the bolt and don't have another bolt, so I'm just going to use these because they appear to be in good condition. So what I need to do is going to need two things. I'm going to need a wrench, because I don't have a 23 millimeter wrench. So I'm going to use this one here in order to hold the camshaft while I torque it down to just a little bit under, anywhere between 51 and 54 foot-pounds. So hold this. Oof. Okay, I need to turn this wrench here for a better angle. And let me push away. Okay, there we go. So the new cam sprocket gear is on. And now we're going to get into the timing. And what I need, something really long. Don't know where I initially put it at, but we can use that. We need a long, I guess I can just use this screwdriver here. Does it fit? Yeah. Okay, so I need to take off this bolt. I don't want to. I want to be able to get this gear off because we need to have some shims in there. So what size is that bolt? That's the question. bet. Let me see here, a 19 millimeter. Let's see if I'm right. No, bigger. That's the one. Okay. Get this socket on here. This. I don't know what it is with this impact, but it's like the arbor is just a hair too big. It doesn't like to accept the sockets. I never want to go on. There we go. Okay. So let's impact this out. There we go. I'm going to leave it loose for the time being so that our gear doesn't come off. So, what I'm going to have to do is I need to find top dead center because I didn't set it when I put the head on. And let me see here. I don't believe that I can turn this engine over by hand. And I don't want it to move at all out of top dead center. When I take that crank bolt out. So, got a tool here. That might work for us. Which I used in order to get the oil pump gear loose, this Y. So what I'm thinking is I'll put it here in the back. Yeah, and I can turn the engine from here. So now, yep, we got our screwdriver. I don't know if you can see this, my head's in the way. Screwdriver's going up. Move two new ones. It's going up. Yeah, there it's coming back down. So, and it's right coming back down. So right there, we're at top dead center on the #1 piston. Now, we want to put in our plate. This thing all cleaned off. For these gears, I'm going to need a ratchet. Turn these over, and that's a 13. I know the intake side is still in position, but this one is not. So let's see if I can turn this here. Okay. Why does this not want to turn? Okay, something, unless this is just too small. Get a bigger wrench. Oh, wrong way. Okay, something is wrong here. This thing is binding. Let's go the other way. Yeah, it goes just fine that way. Okay, there we go. It just needed to seat in. Okay. Now, let's install our little tool here. Grab our wrench again. To move these. Just the hair. Nope. The other way. Okay, that one's in. This one, we gotta go here this way. There we go, and that one's in. Okay, so our camshaft gears are in place. Next, we're gonna put on, yeah, we're not using these gears, put our gear timing chains in. It's stuck. Take out the guides. Alright, it's our timing chain for the pulley to sprocket for the oil pump. And I believe, let's see here, that there may be, let me double check, make sure there's none of these friction washers on here. Okay. So, but our first one, if I can find it, here we go. Let me grab my phone, I'll be right back. So we've got 2 friction washers. And this was the reason why this engine had a problem. Right there. So they surround that timing gear and made it to the crankshaft. So we get one of these out and make sure that they're we'll check and make sure there wasn't one on the crankshaft already. But if I'm not mistaken, they had them at the front of that, and then on the bolt to the crankshaft pulley. Make sure my fingers are nice and clean. Okay, and there's one of them. I'm going to slide this on. Make sure that I don't drop it. Sorry, I can't. You're on the other side, so you're not going to be able to really see this. There we go. Alright, let's spin you around here. So here's our new little washer. Friction washer. Okay? So now okay. Well, how is this not fitting in? Huh. Let me check this. This one's different. So, yeah, timing change a little bit different. That's gonna be a big problem then. Huh. Because that means that our cam gear sprockets are different. Let's see here. Yeah. Well. Yeah, they are. So I'm definitely gonna have to get this bolt off and get another bolt for this thing. So until I do that, we're gonna have to take a pause on this. I was able to get that sprocket pulley, the sprocket gear bolt out. It's kind of rough, but I got it torqued back down. Same with this one. So both of these have been replaced. Now what I need to do is also, because this has a different number of gears, is replace this, and we need to open this one up. So let's see if this chain, yeah, fits nicely into there. Okay. So that in. Set that in. Slide this on and okay, so that's set up. Now next we want to get our timing chain untangled. Nice, I got it the first shot, get it as flat as possible. Yeah, so that we don't have any slack. And we want this as tight as possible. And so, now, need to find these here. There's one of these. Just make sure. I need to find the guide bolts. So hang tight while I find the bolts for these guides. So I pulled up my photos in order to remember how I set this up. I'm going to move this camera angle here a little bit. I think that you'll be able to see a little bit better what I'm doing here. There we go. Okay. I forgot before I put this timing chain on. Let's set it out of the way here a little bit. I need to put on this for the guide for the oil pump gear. Yeah, I need to turn it in just. Get this sucker set in. This is not easy. Okay, hang tight. Let me set my phone down. Get down here. Okay, I'm in there a little bit. Now let's see if I can use a screwdriver. Pull this spring down. Almost. Almost. There we go. Now let's move this. Into place. Okay, that's on. So these are into 8mm. No, they're small. What size is this? Oh, that was a 10. Hold on. Let me find my 8. Yeah, some of these are 10s and some of these are 8s. There we go. And I need to look up the torque specs on these, so give me just a minute and let me look up my torque specs. Okay, I found it. Our torque spec is going to be 101 inch-pounds. Double check. Yeah, there we go. So that one's in. Okay. And then our guides are going to be at around 87. Okay, and I found the bolts for these. Okay, so let's put this back on. If I can get this on. Well, it's supposed to be tighter than that, but there we go. There we go. That just needed to rotate a little bit. Okay. Now, oh, sugar. Needs to fit in there like that. Oh, man. Okay. Let me get these fit in, just fit this fit in just a bit. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So these are at 87 inch-pounds. There we go. So back this down. $82, 4, 6, we'll make it 88. Oh, there we go, 87. No, way more. That's 80, 5, 6, and 7. Okay, lock our torque wrench. First, we can just turn these in by hand. Okay. Huh? 87. Okay, there it goes. Yeah, that's in. Okay. So that side's on. Now, open up our other side. Make sure there are chains in there, nice. Get it. Oh, sugar. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Oh, shoot. That's not tight. That's too loose. Okay, hold on. So, this happens to you. This chain needs to be tight, fully tight. And it popped off. So what I can do here is take it off a bit. I can turn this a hair. Turn this one a hair. Turn this back a hair. Shoot. Okay. Well, I've messed this up because this has to be tight, and I popped it off. Okay. We gotta go this way. This one, I'm getting loose. Come this way. Okay, now I've got it held. Turn this one. Well, sugar. Let's try this again. This guy needs to come in. I've got to hold it while I turn this one in. It wants to slide off. It needs to be, that's just one tooth over. Okay, hang tight. I need to figure this out. I'll put you back on once I got it tight again. So what I did is I removed this plate from the back, slid it out, left this one connected, but that would allow me to turn this one a little bit. Just enough to get it seated to where it's nice and tight. And now we want to get this as tight as possible. Yeah, we're gonna have to take that out again in order to rotate this. There we go. Well, nope. So we got to take both of these out. Very gently. There we go. The last time this thing broke. Oh my goodness, don't break on me, please. Oh, thank God. Actually, what I can do is take this one out, leave that top one to allow it. Oh, well, it's out. Never mind. It's out. Okay. Let me put this back on. Well, nope. We need this as tight as possible. There we go. Now we can push this back in place, tighten this up. So that it'll hold. And then put our guide in, and that's not tight. This has got to rotate a little bit. Okay, I know what I can do. I've got a plan here. Okay, so those are just tightened in. Where did that wire wrench go? Where did I put it at? It's not attached to the back of the engine. Where did it go? Huh? Well, can turn this pump. I'm going to need a 10. The 10 is somewhere on the table. If I can find it. That's not it. Well, and then I don't know what my 10 millimeters at. So you get a smaller ratchet. Or actually, wrench. There we go. Now it's in tight. Okay. And then this is going to slide over here like that. Just leave it hanging like that. There we go. Okay. And where did I put that guide? Losing everything here. things down. Here we go. Okay. So then this guide is going to fit on that pin right there. And swing all the way in like that. All this trash out of the way. And then we have another guide. Oh, get this thing open. Holy cow. The plastics they use for bags nowadays is ridiculous. Parts don't hold up, but you can't get it out of the friggin' bag. Okay. Here's our 2 bolts for this guy. Ah, shoot, just dropped it on the ground. Okay, let me look up the picture here, see where this... guide goes up underneath our pump gear. Just like that. Okay. Okay. So the next piece if I can get it open is our tensioner. And this one uses the 2 10mm bolts. And let me refer to my picture of where that one went. Right here. Gonna fit up right in here. And it'll pop out and push it all the way tight like that. Okay, let me go find this 10mm again that I had. Here we go. So again, for reference, our tensioners are going to be at 101 inch-pounds. For some reason my camera got too hot, so I had to stop and cool it off for a minute, but it's back now. All right, and so we're going to tighten up. Let's do these tensioners first. Oh, wrong way. Yeah, that's tight. Okay, and that one's tight. Let me just double check this. Yeah, that one's tight. Okay, so now we need to move to 101 foot-pounds. If I can get this. Wow, there we go. $95, 96, 101. Right, yeah, 95 plus 6, 101. Oh. Write this down, okay? That's tight, and then the one for our oil pump. Okay, oh yeah, we need to back down to, what was it again, my calculator? 87. For this one here. Done. Done. Okay. There we go. Our timing is all in. This in. Let me grab the pliers and we'll pull the pin. And there we go. Timing is all set up. I'm running low on battery here. So in the next step, we're gonna, I need to get the timing cover and our oil pan put on. And we'll put on our valve covers and start getting this engine closed up. All right, it's time to start closing this Mazda engine up. The first thing we're gonna put on is our oil pan instead of the front cover. We'll put the front cover after the oil pan because it actually mates up with this side right here. So we're going to install the oil pan afterwards. I have already cleaned up all of the bolts. They were kind of rusty, a little dirty, oily, so I dipped them in some cleaner, cleaned them up. I've cleaned and prepped the oil pan. So now let's start applying our RTV. Okay. I guess it goes this way. This is the first time using this one with a bottle. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Okay, remove the tab and the cap from the nozzle. Turn nozzle counterclockwise a quarter turn. Okay. Ah, maybe this is how. No. Oh, maybe it goes here. Okay. Yeah, turn it a quarter of a turn. All right, there we go. Depress the finger knot thing. So I guess, yeah, it sits in there like that. Yep, it's... Okay. Well, this thing just popped right out. Well... It goes over like that. That fits down in there like so. I guess. Yeah, it's supposed to go underneath this thing. That's all right. Well, there we go. Okay, now it's in the channel. All right, let's see. Yeah, there we go. Oh. Whoa. This thing comes out pretty fast. Whoa. Getting it on the inside there. Okay. All right, I got it on. So now let's get you over here to the engine. There we go. Okay. Now you can grab this. I'm gonna put a little bit of this stuff around these bolt holes. Some of this is a little thin spots. There we go. Okay. Now, line this sucker up. As best as we can. Let's start feeding some of these bolts in. Actually, we can start with some of these. I think these two big ones back here. Get our four corners. Going. And if I'm not mistaken, these are 10, so use this. In a 10 or they're an 8. So let's see. Yeah, that's a 10. Roll up my bolts. There we go. Now we're going to just sink these down to a little bit, just a little bit of pressure. Okay. Going kind of crisscross as best as I can. Just want to get this just kind of finger tight. So as soon as I feel a little bit of pressure, Okay, 2 more. There we go. Okay. So that oil pan is on. And we're gonna let this sit for about an hour for it to set up. And then we're just cleaning off these little edges here. In about an hour, we're gonna come back and torque the, oh, I missed one of those. Hold on. We're gonna torque it all down. I don't know how I missed this guy here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay, they're all down. Clean off a little bit of this stuff on the sides. Where it really oozed out. That's pretty good there. All right, so let's hit that sit, and in the meantime, I'm gonna be cleaning up the, I've already got my timing cover, front cover cleaned up. And so I got the bolts soaking. So in the meantime, we're gonna let that do, and we'll be back and we'll put our front cover on. And then we'll, in about 30 minutes, and then that'll give time for this to set up, and we'll get that all torqued down. So it's been about an hour, and our time to torque down our oil pan. So it's supposed to be around 13 to 16 foot-pounds. My torque wrench does not go that low, so I'm going to I've converted that to inch pounds at about 15. Is about 180 inch pounds. So we're going to start first with the bolt on the inside here, so it's basically in the middle. That's going to be our first one. Let me hold on just a minute here. Need to set my phone down. Okay, and you know what? I have the wrong extension on this tool. Okay. $180. Okay, there's the first one. And now, my phone back closed out. Now we're gonna go. I can squeeze myself in here. Directly across from it, with this bolt right here. There we go. So then the next one is going to be next to it. There we go. Just wanting to push this thing. Switch my footing. Hold on a second here. There we go. Okay. That was number 3. So now I need to go back around the other side. 4 is going to be right here. Oh. Okay. And then 5 is going to be right here. Okay. 6. It's going to be across. This one here. Okay. 7. Wall pan, that was 2, 3, and here's 7. Okay. 8 is going to be across. The 9 is going to be all the way back here on the same side. Okay. 10 here. 11 is across. Twelve is here. And then 13 is here. Okay, so let me just go down the order and just double check all of these. Yes. 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 Okay. It's good. The last one was that 13. Just double check it. All right, there we go. The oil pan is in. So now, we're gonna move on. Give me a minute, let me get the camera set up here for our front cover, our timing cover. And then I wanna rotate the engine around. So, Got my timing cover here. Ready to get this guy sealed on. So let's go ahead and start. Where should we start? Where should we start? So this one's kind of interesting in the fact that you've got two different surfaces. You have this surface, and then you also have this surface that mates up to the oil pan. So we have to get the gasket around all of that. Oh, excuse me. This just is the oil pan. Sorry, this mounts to the your valve cover. We'll seal on that. So we're just gonna do this right here. Start right here. Whoa. It came out a little too fast. Come back to that. Right. All right, now, well, that got kind of messy there. There we go. Now let's get around these bolts. And this right there. And we got to get around this pin. I am definitely not the best at this. Okay. Oh, dude. Getting this stuff all over my hands. Let's put our cap back on. Okay, we're gonna grab 2 of these, and then let me look at my picture. See what these bottom ones look like. Yeah. Okay. So, if I can do this. Need a couple of these bolts in. Okay, let me transfer you over here. Lock this, turn you up a little bit. There we go. All right. Oh, sugar. I forgot. There's 3 other sections. Hold on a minute. Give me a second. Drop the bolt. Yeah. These sections need to have some sealant. Okay. Dang it. Fudge that up. Okay, that should be good. Okay. Now we can put this back on. And then this bolt and that bolt. Okay, I'm back. I missed these. I can get you section here and these 2 holes here. Okay. Feed these in by hand. Okay, and then I'm gonna oh shit, dropping stuff behind my 8mm socket, so I want to get it for my pack out kit. Which is 7. That's an 8. Okay. So we're just doing these finger tight again. There we go. And I need to have this picture. There's a bunch of different types of bolts. So this one will go here. And then that one can go there. And this one here, and that one there. Finger. Grab a couple more of these. That one can go there. This one can go here. Yep, there. So let's get these three. Okay, let's grab some more of these. Okay, and then this one. Okay. And here. here, here, here. Okay. And 5 is these 3. So one is going to go here. And that's a 10. And we need a 10 millimeter long. And 10. Okay. And then 5. Huh. There's 3 of those. Well, I never took a picture of these, where these went. I do know. I bet these 3 will go here. Find out a sock for that. Too big and small. There we go. Okay. And then this one is going to go right here. see if I can figure these ones out. Okay. Wrong size. Uh-oh. My socket is running away. There we go. And then this little guy goes here. Maybe. Or maybe. Let me see here. Yeah, I believe he does. I think so. Well, okay, so got one screw missing. Huh. Let me see something. That's number 5. It's only supposed to be one of those, but I'm believing definitely that number 2, maybe this guy goes here. This guy. Yeah, there should be another one of these. And I'm not exactly sure where it's at. But, the 2, 3. Let's see. So down. Now, this guy definitely goes here. Or part of them. And the one, yeah, has a gap. This guy goes here. That one there. And we'll put this one here for now. And this guy here, tighten this up. Okay. All right, and let's check these big guys. Okay, there we go. That's all sealed up. All right, now rag here to clean up a little bit. Or I put a little too much. There we go. All right, now we're gonna let this sit up for an hour and we'll come back and we'll torque it all down. It's been about an hour now, so it is time to torque down our timing cover or front cover. So we got a couple of different bolts, all of these smaller bolts. These are going to be torqued down between 71 and 97 inch-pounds. So 71 plus 97 divided by 2, 84, 85 inch-pounds. So let me set my wrench here. Starting to get dark, so I can hardly see this thing. Get under the light here. Oh, that doesn't 1080. Can hardly see this thing. Hang tight, give me a minute. Let me get my inch-pound torque wrench set up. All right, I've got it set up. So we're gonna start out, and I did swap out, I looked at my video before, these two is where they belonged. So we're gonna start out with first, I'm gonna set my phone up here to look at it. We're gonna start with the bolt in the center. Okay, and then we're gonna move to this bolt here in the center. Okay, that one is done. And then number 3 is gonna be here. And then number 4 is going to be across. Hold on a minute here. Yeah. We got our big bolt, and then 1, 2, yes. 4. And then 5 right below it. And then 6. Let's see here. That, and that's 2, 3, 6. Gonna be right here. Okay, 7 is going to be, okay, now we need to move to 10 mil. Okay, 8 is across. Back to the 8 millimeter. Okay. 9. 9. 9's down here. All right. 10. Second from the top. Eleven is directly across. $12 is here down at the bottom in the corner. Hopefully you can see that. Okay. 13 is right after it in this corner. Okay. Oh, shoot. Clicked on the picture. 14 we got to switch up the 10 because this is one with a post on it. Okay, 15. Back to the 8. Phone keep timing out. 16 here in the corner, and that one's with a post. Okay. 17. Back to the 8 mil. It's gonna be this top one. Okay. And then 18 is across from it. All right. So now let's just go down around. Just make sure. Yep, that one's good. That one's good. Yes, sir. Okay. Yes. We'll stick on this. Yes. Oop, oop. Take this one here in the middle. Okay. Good. That's good. That one's good. That one is good. 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 Back over here. All right. So those are all set. And now we're going to move on to the bigger bolts. And those are set for 35 foot-pounds. And, oh, let me look at the picture here. We're going to do this one, sorry, down here at the bottom first. Uh-oh. This thing's moving. $35. Okay, and then start with this one. Turn this thing here. Yeah, 35. And then we're going to go to this middle one. $35. And this last one. $35. All right, our timing cover is all set up, sealed up. The next thing will be to put the valve cover on top. I do want to get that cleaned up, so that'll be another day that we'll do that. So the next step in our Mazda engine build, I was talking about putting the valve cover on, but first we actually need to install our oil seal in the front, which I've already removed. Here's the old one. And we're going to put on our front pulley, or the timing. So, a couple of steps. First off, I have the new oil seal right here, and it comes on this plastic guide. But first, I do want to do one thing, and that is to kind of lubricate this crank right here and the outer edge. But before that, we need to, this is all oily. I need a paper towel so I can open this. We need to put our other diamond washer on. Oh. They make this stuff so impossible to open up nowadays. There we go. There we go. Because we are supposed to have one behind this crank gear and one in front of it. So, install that. And can I use to push it forward a little bit? Now, I can use this electrical connector I was working on last night. Just slide them on in. Get them pushed up. There we go. Oh, oh. Slipped a little bit. Okay, there we go. So next, again, like I said, we're going to put a little bit of lubrication. Put a little bit of motor oil on our crank here. And then get it on the inside of this thing here. And then I'm putting a little bit on this thing here and on the edge. Alright, so now that lined up. And I don't have a tool for pressing that on, so I have a piece of rubber hose that should help line it in, and then just use a rubber mallet to knock it in. All right. This side, go in a little bit. Make sure it's flush. There we go. So now I need something. Oh, so I've got them over here to pull that liner out. So these a little too big. Not quite enough. There we go. Just be careful. Make sure that we don't. That sucker doesn't want to come out now. Uh-oh. Oh. Well, now I can grab it like here. Ah. Alright, this guy doesn't want to come out now. Great. How do I get this guy out of here? Let me try a different setup. Something that has some roundness on it. Almost. Let's try now. See if I can grip it with some of these needle nose pliers. No. Well, shoot. That thing does not want to come out. Okay, hold on here. If I squeeze it enough, I might be able to create enough gap. Get these needle nose in there. And pull. There we go, there we go. That side. Just be very, very careful. Try and not damage our seal. There we go. Okay. Alright, our seal is in. And now give it a little bit more lubrication. Okay, so one of the steps in putting our front pulley on, which has the crank position sensor tone ring on it, is we've got to remove this bolt right here. It is a 10mm. I've already got it started. Okay. That plug is removed. And then in our timing kit, get it out of here. Set this over here. Get my oil all over myself. We have a couple of pins that we want to utilize. This one right here. It's gonna feed in there. Okay, he does not, so then it must be this one here. That's weird that this does not feed in. And just to double check, my screwdriver. Make sure we haven't slipped. Yeah, so then number one is at the top dead center. Yes. So we are wanting to put this small one here and screw it in, looking at the instructions. I need a flat head. See if that'll work. If not, we're going to use some pliers. Okay, that's all the way that it's going to go. I really want to double check this. Remove the engine plug bolt, place component 3. Okay, and it's saying that we want to turn our engine clockwise, so it should, I guess, be past that top dead center, or we're just a hair off. So we need to find those that, oh, no, it's not over here. Where did I do with that thing to turn the back into the engine? Where did I put it? Okay, give me just a minute. Let me locate that tool that has the pins on it so we can crank our engine over. Hang tight. Okay, I found my tool. And I've rotated the engine a little bit so that I can get this pin all the way in. And now we're going to rotate it back clockwise. So I need to go this way. it's the pin. Okay, it's up against the pin. Yeah, until it makes contact with the pin. And that is set us at top dead center as well. Yep, I can see the piston all the way to the top. I'm wondering, since we are going to have to do some torque on this thing, might want to use that other pin application, applicable models. Well, let's see. Yeah, that's the pin. Two 2006. Well, this is very strange. They include two of those pins. Hey Ted, I want to figure out and make sure that I'm using the correct one. It says you can use both of them, but I want to double check this. Okay, so I've set it up and used the other pin. I think I actually like that one better. And that's because we're going to put some torque on this, and I think that pin's going to be a little bit stronger for when we're torquing down that front pulley. Now what did I do with the other pin? Oh, it's over here. In addition to that, I want to use this other pin on the front, because when we put our pulley in, we're going to line it up to this hole right here, and we can insert this pin here onto it to keep our front pulley from moving around. So, I've cleaned it up. Let me put a bit of oil. On the inside surface, and you know, actually, let me look at this thing here. Yeah, okay. It's kind of nasty, as you can see, but our surface is going to go, oh, there's a little dry spot, right up to that line. So, let's slip this guy on. And he goes right in. Nice and easy. And now, it said, we can take this pin and make sure that he's lined up there. So now, I need to find it. Give me a minute and let me find my crank bolt. I'll be back in a minute. So, found my new crank bolt. Let me get around here. There's the part number. Should always replace these as they are torque to yield. And it comes with the washer. Double checking. Yep, they're the same. Okay. Get this seated. So we've got our pin in, and to just to double check ourselves, I'm going to use this adjustable Y spanner with the bigger pins in it. To help hold this. These fit in there? Yes. Yeah, like that. As I torque it down, I can keep it from spinning. Okay, so our tech guide says that we want to torque this down from 71 to 76 foot-pounds. Let me move you over just a bit. So I've got this set up. Probably gonna have to spin this quite a bit. Wrong way. There we go. Okay, let me get this Y spanner in here. Which way? Yeah, I want to go like this. Keep this thing from spinning. Okay, there we go. Now I can take this torque off. We have a secondary step. And actually, what I want to do is set you over here. It's going to be easier for me. That we want to go 90 degrees. Set my spanner in here. Let's set up. Let's see. Okay. Oof. Holy cow. Oof. Wow. I don't think it's moving much, but I cannot. So I've gone a little bit. My pin is still in the hole. Let me see. 2 minutes. That's as far as I can. So I've got about 45. Let me see if I can get it back up. And go another 45. No, I cannot. So, I'm gonna need a bigger brake bar. Let me see what we got here. To get some extra torque on this thing. I'm gonna keep this here. I can get this to go. Just a hair more. Just a hair more. Oh, it's... Yep, I think that's about as far as we're gonna go, and I think, yeah, we're at 90. Okay, 45 and 45, we got it. That's torqued in, and now we can pull this pin out. We can, we're gonna have to use the other pins on our Y spanner. Rotate this engine over. Spin it back a little bit. Yeah, counterclockwise, so we can pull our pin. Well, yeah. Holy cow. That doesn't want to come out. Sugar. Move this here. Now that pin is out. Why does this thing not want to rotate now? This direction. Holy cow. Oh, sugar. That's why. God dang it. I broke another can. The one I just ordered. Well, damn it. Okay, we're going to have to do this all over again. This is going to be a real quick part of our video. In the last part, I had was trying to turn the engine so I could remove the pin from our port, and ended up breaking the tail part of the camshaft like I did in another part of this video. I spoke with a friend who is a master Ford technician, and he says it shouldn't be a problem at all and that I can continue with the build. and just wanted to double check with him before I tore it all down and put it all back together again. Put this little thing back in here, but just so you know, turning the engine over, we don't have any binding. And I hear good compression coming out of these cylinders. So everything is timed good. I think this is our, yeah. You can put this socket, this port back in. Give it a good turn. There we go. Okay, battery's starting to run low on this. I've got the valve cover cleaned up. It's drying out, so in the next part, we're going to be installing the valve cover on, and then we'll start putting things in, like this piece here, our pulley, the on the side there's another oil water pump. So we'll start putting those pieces in and getting this engine buttoned up and ready to go for dropping in the car. So the next step in our process is to go ahead and install our valve cover. I've got all the gaskets right here, and I thoroughly cleaned this thing up. All right, so let's start putting these gaskets here. Let's see, it looks like it's the same either way. Well, oh, never mind. That fits just like that. There's that one. Don't believe that one is going to be used, or that one. And then this one is going to fit right in here. And here's our big one in the package. Lay it down, see how this thing yeah, so it's gonna go like this. And I don't know if you can see that. Let me get you real close here. But the gasket actually has a little thing that seals right around. Right here, right around the bolt that goes into the head. Okay, that guy's in. All right, and now we've got this one in, and now we're looking for this one. We don't seem to have that one. So, huh. Maybe, you know what? This one. No. They're both identical. Well, that one fit in there. Like that. Okay, and then this one was like this. Not really liking that, but yeah, I guess that's the only way that it goes. Let's see. Yeah, I'll have to double check and see if there's a gasket that goes into there. Give me a minute, let me look it up here. Okay, so I referenced the pictures in just the valve gaskets, and yeah, that's just those. Not exactly sure what all these other gaskets are for, but let's get us over to the engine so we can bolt it down. Raise you up a little bit. Oop, oop, oop. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so now get this valve cover. All nice and clean. As best as I could clean it. Okay. They are all set down, so now I'm just gonna put this on lightly because I know we do have some lube on those camshafts, but I might decide to, when we fill it up with oil, to put a little bit of oil on top of the valve train so that it has some lubrication on the first startup. But I want it a little bit sealed up, help protect this engine a little bit. Okay, just a couple more. These. Center ones. There we go, we've got our engine sealed. And now we can start putting on, lower you down now, get a better angle, some of our other parts. This is gonna need some cleaning. Yeah, like we're gonna install this right here. Yeah, it seems to turn okay, so I'll check and see how much a new one of these is. Is that seal? I bet you they include a new seal for that. The blades on these look really rough. So I'm gonna look into seeing how much a new pump is, and that's gonna fit right up in here. So let's see. Set that off to the side. This thing's super filthy, even though I washed it. Move this. And where did this guy go? I had it bolted up somewhere here on the side. Ah, yeah. Over here. Yeah, I'll have to clean that surface off. So, yeah, I need to do some more cleaning off on this engine block and this attachment for the oil filter. I know it has a gasket, but somebody put some kind of a silicone on it. Okay, so let's continue on getting some of these parts installed. Get some a little bit of a RTV on this. This is where we're gonna mount the oil cooler So let's get that part and our gasket for it. Where's our gasket? Here we go. And give me a minute, I need to find there's our EGR valve. I need to find the bolts that mounts for our oil cooler. Hang tight just a minute. So, not exactly sure where those bolts are. There's a couple of bolts, but there's one that's like a piece of all thread. I think those are the bolts that were in it, but I'm going to take the bolts off of the other engine. In the meantime, this is some kind of a sensor, and I'm not exactly in some kind of port for something. Oh, this goes into our intake manifold. So I'm going to go ahead and get this installed. Here's our new gasket right here. Insert the gasket. Into its channel. All right, there we go. Okay. Here are all of its bolts. Let's see here. How does this? Yeah, it looks like it fits like this. There's one. Two. That's a big bolt. I'm not exactly sure what that one's for. I don't think any of these have a much bigger I'm not exactly sure what that bolt is for. But we are short a bolt. This engine, man, just missing all kinds of bolts on it. So we're gonna have to take a bolt off of the other engine as well. Yeah. I wonder if this fits in here. Crazy that that's missing a bolt. Is this the size of these other ones? No. Those have like a tip on them. Oh, and this needs to go back in the side. It's a 10. And those other ones are going to be 8. guy's sealed up here. Wrong way. There we go. Get these guys tightened up. Okay, one more. All right. That's tight. Okay. Then I'm gonna bulk up. Hold on a minute, my shoe is coming untied. I know where this bolt goes. So, yeah, this feeds into here. Okay. Yeah. This is some kind of sensor. Not exactly sure how this thing was routed. Turn it here. Let's see how this thing. It sure didn't fit like that. I bet you. Yeah, it goes in behind that, like that. Yeah. Okay, and that one was, that's a 10. All right, so that's on. So next, thing we can put on I think a lot of this stuff I'm gonna actually wait until the engine is inside of the vehicle, because as I'm dropping it in, I sure don't want to damage anything. So I'm gonna wrap this up for the rebuild of this engine, and I'll post a little ending once we got it inside of the vehicle and running. All right, I've got my Mazda, or our Mazda engine all prepped and ready for install. I've got all of the accessories bolted onto the front, other than the AC compressor, which we'll add that once it gets into the vehicle, as well as the power steering pump. But everything else is already bolted here onto the and our power steering and our brake. What is it? Yeah, air conditioning. Yeah, and power steering. Yeah, well, what I'm thinking. I've got our intake manifold on. I did have to replace this little hose right there that goes up in between it and the engine. Couple other things. Somebody on this oil filter mounting bracket had stripped out this bolt hole, so I had to drill that out and put a helicoil so that we could get it properly tightened. Other than that, most of the other stuff went on fairly easily. I also did have to replace our O-ring on our water pump. The water pump turned nice and smooth, and in comparison to the one that came off of, I actually pulled it off of the old engine. In comparison to the one that came out of this engine, where did I put it at? Here we go. You can see that the blades are all rusted up. This one was nice and shiny. So the engine's ready to go, other than installing our clutch and pressure plate, which I'll do that once I get this engine up on the stand. And then our mounting bracket down here, I'll get that off also once we get it up on the stand. But I got everything else installed. Oh, I do have to mount the top of our oil cooler on. I'll get that as well. But I also wanted to show you a couple other things about when you remove the old engine. The first step is you're going to have to completely disassemble your brakes. You're going to have to pull out the drive shaft as well. On the passenger side, you're going to need to unmount this from that mounting bracket that I showed you just a second ago and pull the whole drive shaft out of the transmission. Okay? And then your transmission has a mount right here. It has a mount that goes right into here, right there, and then there's a mount right there. You're going to undo all those mounts. I pulled the whole entire engine mount off, and then you need to thread the engine up through this entire wiring harness. Make sure you disconnect everything. There's a spider on here. And then you'll be able to pull the transmission and separate it from the engine. So just a couple of things to know about. Also, I left the power steering pump up in here. This is a real pain in the butt because you've got a pipe right there directly in front of one of the bolts. Great job, engineers. You could have ran the your pipe right here to the top of the power steering pump and not interfere. Well, it would have interfered with that bolt, but it would have been a whole lot easier to get to from the top of the engine, where you can have free room to use a ratchet or a wrench, versus from underneath. You know, engineers, I think they make stuff just to piss off people who got to work on these vehicles. But that's a couple of tips that and things you need to go through in order to pull the engine out. So our next step is I'm going to install this engine. I'm probably not going to film that because it takes multiple hands to do this. But I will show you once I get it in the engine, mount it up into our transmission all mounted back, and then I'll show you about connecting some of this stuff up, and then we'll get the engine running. And that'll be the end of this video. All right, I'll see you when we got that engine in. So, this is gonna wrap it up for our Mazda engine series. The engine is in the vehicle. It is running. I've already started it, but there were a couple little minor details that I needed to sort out on some of the parts on here. Like I did have to replace this control valve solenoid down here. But let me grab the keys to the car and start it up so y'all can see it running. Here we go, it's running nice and smooth. I've checked compression on the cylinders and they're all exactly at 150. And checked spark on all of these coils and they're good. The only thing that could be a little rough on these is our fuel injectors are a little old. They could use some cleaning. But that wasn't part of this particular job. So I want to thank y'all for watching. I really appreciate it. And if you have any questions, please leave them in the comments. Let me know what you liked about the video, what you didn't like, any comments on what I could have done better. Again, I appreciate you watching, and we'll see you in the next video.